Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week. I hope the week has started well for all of you. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. And I have basically nothing to talk about. Writing side on the writing side, everything is going well. Everything is highly uneventful. If all goes well today with the read and correct, I should finally catch up to the one I missed a couple of weeks ago. On the gaming side, started playing Space Engineer 2 as the survival slice became active. I'm enjoying it. I'm doing the first mission chain. I'll have opinions after that. But yeah. So this morning it is read and corrects. Since I'm still catching up, I will start now by confirming the microphone is turned on. Turning off the desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. Is it lined up properly? Yes, it is. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 72 of The Technician's Fight. The door opened, and the entering Beta looked to Gargaron's unoccupied desk before where he stood. The fact she'd expected him to sit for this didn't please him. She either thought that little of him or of this meeting. His problem was that he didn't know if this was because of the leeway special ops packs got or if it was limited to this beta. He'd work on figuring out if this was widespread once he dealt with this specific case. She stood before him. Alpha. He watched her. He knew better than to hope she'd crack. He was a hunter who'd graduated. She was a hunter who'd graduated to special ops, then beta. No one who'd break under their alpha's gaze made it that far. Still, he wanted to give her the chance to acknowledge her mistake, if she even saw her actions as such. Unlike the many times Jer trespassed, she didn't have the excuse of not being raised with the knowledge or of of thinking sufficiently differently. It explained them. What did you think you were doing? He demanded when she remained attentively silent. What my rank demanded, she answered. She caught a tilt of his ear, but didn't react to his amusement. When did you become my alpha? She frowned. Had she forgot the start of this chastising on the station? Had her action been that unimportant to her? Yes. He wasn't letting her put the responsibility of working it out on him. He watched her try to work out what he meant, finally saw the worry she should have warned before she'd entered. His smile was neither understanding nor comforting, and the hope he'd end this died in her eyes. I'm sorry, Alpha. I don't know what this is about. I can see that. I can see that rank means so little to you that I don't. Interrupting your alpha seems natural. Questioning his decisions feel natural. That him pointing out you are breaking rank in the middle of a hunt is something you can simply groom out of your fur to be forgotten. Tell me, Beta, when did you decide your alpha's decisions no longer mattered? When did I stop paying attention to how you acted enough that you could act any way you felt like? He leaned in, unable to stop the growl. Tell me when I failed you. Her ears fell back. You didn't. You wouldn't. Really? Actually, is that a trailing off or an interruption? Yeah, it's an interruption. Really? Because I must have failed in my rank to miss that you no longer cared about it. No, Alpha. Again, she couldn't continue, but this time it was panic in her eyes. Well, he demanded. You didn't, she replied in desperation. You're too good of an Alpha. Then tell me how I lost your respect. Terror caused her to try, and fail, to speak until she looked away, ears plastered against her skull. I don't know. He nodded, not pleased with her answer, but at least he had one. Of that, he knew how he could address the situation. Your pack is disbanded. Your last act as their beta is to tell them, to explain why they are no longer special ops. You can't. Her eyes went wide and he saw her scramble for a way out. When did you start believing your decisions no longer impacted your pack? That a beta's responsibilities to protect them didn't extend to how your decisions affected them. I know it wasn't always like that, because I remember the pride the hunter showed when I promoted you to beta. The dedication you demonstrated in learning what it meant to be a beta. How hard you work at mastering thinking in ways I can't even understand to become special ops. So when did that hunter become you? She looked down, tears falling. She whispered something. Your Alpha didn't understand. She looked at him. I'm sorry. She sobbed. I'm sorry. He took her in his arm. I know. He let her cry against him, offered the little comfort he could. The little Alpha was allowed. Then he stepped back and leveled his gaze on her. Beta, Zorfiel, Fras, Gor Milan, go perform your duty, then become the hunter you were, so that you may remember who she was. Maybe you can remember what made her become the beta you used to be. And if you decide to achieve that rank again, you'll remember its value and not squander it. Yes, Alpha, she replied, looking at the floor. She tried to straighten, gave up, and left. He closed his eyes and breathed. He remained there until the smell of her fear and shame cycled out of the room, until they weren't there to trigger his desire to hold her, to protect her, even from his duty as her Alpha. When he could think clearly again, he sat behind his desk and called up the reports on the ship's performance. Captain, the bridge's beta said once he gave the go-ahead, the leadership is demanding to speak to you. They aren't happy. He nodded. Jer kissed him before he left the bed. How bad is it going to be? It depends on what this is about. There's more than one thing about the station that can anger them. Jer took his hand. Come back afterward. If you need comfort, come here. I will. I'll need my heart after what I expect this is going to be. He kissed him, dressed, and left. 2 months. Had the god meddled so one of the leadership would be that close? One of the leadership's ship would be that close? Or had someone's reactor been burned to get them there that fast? It was nearly a year from Kelser, and they liked to keep their ships close to home when they weren't on a hunt. The leadership wasn't comfortable about the deep of space, no matter how loudly they proclaimed it should be them there instead of the hunters. Plural. The bridge's beta's ears were folded back and the crew tense. Kagran hated the leadership hadn't had the control to keep their anger for him. They'd done nothing but obey their Alpha and captain. He stood in the projection field and activated it, then looked at an empty table. A mug steamed, so it wasn't. So they hadn't called this off. But for them to walk away while waiting? His claws pressed against his palm and he forced his hands open. What would Tom tell him? This was a ploy. They wanted him off balance. They were getting pissed. How was that for off balance? A female he didn't know reached for the mug, noticed him, and hurried to sit. He's here. Her ears folded almost all the way back, then straightened, and did the same. And she did the same. Admiral Crosswiterac Fionato dol Kirimar sat on her left. General Triutgar Orkstre Torimar took the far right seat, with Admiral Dwan Selsinta Kreftia to her left. The central seat remained unoccupied long enough. She glared out of projection. A smug Admiral Thromakarin Omerita Mil Selstafe took it. You really thought you'd get away with this, didn't you? Admiral Dwan Selsinta Kreftia's ears folded in annoyance, but she didn't intervene. I'm not aware I tried to get away with anything, Admiral. Don't try to play innocent, Captain. It's Alpha, he corrected, and wished he hadn't. You're whatever I say you are. Thromakarin, Admiral Dwan Selsinta Kreftia said in exasperation. This is a leadership meeting, not the yard at the Learning Academy. He's in the wrong. We have proof. You don't need to be childish about it. Gugran waited. If they wanted this skill, they were going to have to hunt for it. 4 of the Earther ships are unaccounted for. General Triutgar Ostre Torimar said. A number of the Earthers fled during the hunt, he replied. We weren't in a position to stop them. You'd have been if you'd waited for backup. Admiral Thromakarin or Omeritamil Selstafe snarled. He ignored the baiting. Believe it or not, the general said, those Earthers who fled logged their departures in the system. Yes, their vaunted standardization extend to behaviors to the point even in a panic they'll follow procedures. I'm surprised your information specialist didn't inform you of that when they decrypted your copy of the database. I handed you the hunt once I stopped the incursion and rescued the prisoners. I had no right to the database. If his hunter had come across that information, it wasn't part of what he'd asked them to pay attention to. Not that he cared. Now that he knew what this was about, he was less worried. You expect us to believe that you, the favored hunter, would let such a hunt pass you by? Admiral Thromakarin Omeri Tamil Selstafe said with scorn. I have no interest in controlling what you believe, Admiral. Listen, regardless, the general said forcefully, we can account for every ship that was docked at the station except for 5. That's actually not true. There's at least one more. Okay. okay. Every Earther chip. Earther ship that was docked at the station. What do you know about that? Okay. Okay. What do you know about that? Okay. Among them, the crew. Okay. That should. And this is where he had to be careful. That would be. He could only guess at what they'd worked out, and giving away too little would be as problematic as giving too much. The prisoners whose ships were docked were allowed to go, allowed to leave. We didn't have the resources to see to them if they all remained, and they weren't wanted for anything. The Admiral snorted. I'm sure you investigated that with your usual tenacity. Gurgran couldn't stop the glare, but forced himself to continue. Among them were the crew of the ship that provided me with the information that allowed my plural, hunters, to infiltrate the station. Alans, the Admiral snarled. I will not acknowledge who they were. I am ordering you no. Excuse me? I said no. I will not put the people who risked their lives to reveal where Earthers had established an incursion into our territory. I thanked them for their bravery and for working to keep their people safe, and then suggested they leave before they get marred with the bureaucracy that can interfere with even the best merchant's schedule. Those merchants, the general said, stole Kelser property. I can't speak to what they did once they took my offer to leave, and I and my hunters were busy securing the station and rounding up errant Earthers. But you can speak to that earther ship you sold. Admiral Crossway-Torak Fernato Dol Kerimar said, seems to me a crew would have to have experience with another species design to be able to fly off with them. You'd have to speak with its owner. Gargaran said, to know what they did with it. Well, that's going to be hard since no one on that station seems to be able to tell us who made away with it. So, I need you to tell me who you sold it to. I'm not required to divulge non-hunt related transactions. You sold it to a bunch of Halan. Admiral Thromar Karin Omeri Tamil Selstafe snapped, and you then gave them yet more ship they're going to use to rob honest merchant. He remained silent. What do you expect us to do when we find one of those ships involved in piracy? The general asked. Follow the scent where it leads, he replied. And when it leads to you, if that is where it leads, you have procedures to deal with it. You're too sure of yourself, Alpha. Admiral Dwan Selsentelkreftia said, I can smell your guilt through that. Hunters who lack confidence don't become Alpha, Admiral. If you believe it's to mask something, I can't help it. This isn't done, Admiral Tromarkarin Omiritalsel Snaffy snarled, standing and leaving the projection field. And again, his temper forces us to end this before things get resolved. Admiral Dwan Selsen Takraftia sighed. She watched him as the other stood. This is a dangerous game you're playing, Alpha. As I've said before, I'm not playing a game. I am performing my duty as given to me. And I hope the gods can protect you because you're making sure none of us want to. She stood and the projection ended. He returned to his apartment, undressed, slipped into bed and held his heart tightly. Gradron looked over the ship's account, then how much he'd expected maintenance would cost. The Bane hadn't gone into battle, so that was good. But he also hadn't brought anything back from it to sell. But he also hadn't brought anything back from it to sell. The only piece of value he couldn't put on the market without revealing to the leadership he'd lied to them. As much as some of the information his hunters had. The cryptid was worth. Selling it would simply be ammunition when he was called to Kelser. He'd have to find a discreet way to get the relevant information to those among the other species the Earthers had started incursion with. It wasn't exactly comforting, but there was something about not being the only target of whatever this was about that made him feel better. But that wouldn't cover the expenses, and his accountant would be all up in his fur if he couldn't balance this at least a little. He'd have to see with the quartermaster what they had this station might need. Maybe he needed to make a deal with Bob the Earther in regards to those movies. Some were floating around, but as far as Gagaron knew, none of them were officially on the market. Maybe he could work an agreeable division of the profit with him. So, that's what you do when I'm not watching, a female said reproachfully, and he jumped to his feet. She laughed. Oh, don't be cross with them, she said when he looked at the door. I'm your Alpha. They weren't going to refuse me when I told them to transfer me without warning you. She grinned. Always worth it. He stepped to the projection field. What can I do for you, Alpha? If you have to ask, I have to wonder just how many ways you've pissed off the leadership. I'm not setting out to Gralgran El Ravnir. How about we dispense with all the things you're not setting out to do and focus on what the results are? He sighed. Yes, Alpha. And stop calling me that. He ground his teeth. Yes, the Serimitar Gorak Fredolian Ashmere. One day, I'll get you to consider I deserve to be on we deserve to be on shorter name basis. I doubt that. With nearly any other Alpha, I'd threaten to bed them. How is that a threat? Why? Is that interest? No, it's acknowledgement that even at your age you're attractive. Only the blind can't see that. Now you're forcing me to consider that that it consider if that is enough flattery to let you off the claw. That wasn't my intent. She glared at him. You are no fun. Sorry, Alpha. She ran a hand over her face. No wonder you're driving some of them to consider retirement. All right, the leadership is accusing you of working in conjunction with the Holland to destabilize Kelser. They are what? Well, that tells me what that's worth. Unfortunately, it's not enough. I'm going to need everything. For you and the gods, he said, to ensure she wouldn't divulge what he said to the leadership. He usually trusted her, but this was bordering on what he was being accused of. Only his trust in Xenial Her Talahan vouching that his family had no ill intent toward Kelser let him think he was in the right. She motioned, and people came in and out of the projection field as they left the room she was in. For me and the gods, she confirmed. He laid everything out. The machine used on his heart, the Earther doctor with his obsession, a version of that machine being in his possession, the silencing of spreading branch, the unknown technology in the machine. Machines, that's going to be plural. His deal with the Halanos of Tal, handing him one of ship outside the agreement, letting him and his clan take as many Earther ship as they could pilot, keeping a copy of the station's database, along with two of the machines they'd found on the station. She listened without interrupting him. Why didn't you tell them? She asked. Because this is my hunt. With anyone other, he wouldn't dare continue. It would do nothing more than play into the stories told about him. It was handed to me. My heart is involved. I've been targeted directly. They meddled to put me into this. If I tell the leadership, they'll be fighting. I'll be fighting with them for every scrap of information, for every smell that could lead to an answer. You'll be fighting with them even without telling them. I know, but this way I'm upwind. They're chasing my scent instead of muddling the scents I chase. That technology, any clues, any ideas who made it? There is nothing even similar to it within any Federation database my hunters have access to, and those they really shouldn't be sniffing in. The only similar scent they found are reports from the Federation investigation into the one used on my heart, as well as those I handed over from the Earther doctor. She nodded. I'm leaving you on the line. I'm going to capitalize that. I agree with you. They handed you this hunt. There's been too much meddling for it to be otherwise. Have a full report ready to hand over to one of my hunters on the station. In the meantime, I'll see if anyone listening to Centerina has heard anything that might help you. Good hunting, Alpha. And be careful. She stepped out of projection field, then the communication ended. Captain, the hunter outcome said, the station is contacting us. He frowned. They were just entering the range of their sensors. On screen, a Dromian appeared, their foliage more golden than green. It meant something, but Grogeron didn't know what. He'd never had a need to research them. Captain, I am Roshtabar of Station Command. How may I address you? I am Captain Gralgeron Selhelravnir. I greet you, Captain Gralgeron Selhelravnir, on behalf of the station. I have been tasked with informing you that options for your docking have been removed from your control. Your government has requested you be docked at one of their choosing. Did they say why? It was unusual for anyone to dictate where a captain docked his ship. He'd let the station assign him unless he had special needs, but for the politicians to do so? A matter of transferring sensitive data to your people. Transferring data sensitive to your people. He sniffled the ground. Not the politician, the leadership. How did Your government, okay. The leadership. You should have thought about them first. All right. And since you have contacted me, Rush the bar of Station Command, can I use the opportunity to relay information other species representatives should have? Of course, it is part of my duties. I'll send the relevant reports once we are done, but I have Shimbarian, Kersatoran, Reosef, Tahornian, Saladindromian, and Ridoshi citizens, that should be plural, in medical cryopods who have been experimented, along with the researchers who did the experimenting. Citizens in cryopod. Okay, you mentioned okay. Citizen as a passenger, as well as in. I forgot they are passengers. Yoshi citizens as passengers, as well as in medical cryopods who were experimented on, along with the researchers who did the experimenting. Those have requested citizenship among those species. Ugh, that's a lot of those. I believe representatives should be present when I dock to handle that as quickly as possible so they can see to their people with haste. Experimented on. That is distressful. I will inform all relevant parties. If you send me the reports and applications quickly, I will see to it they are distributed to the decision so the decisions can be made by the time you arrive. I'll see to it. The call ended and he headed for his office. The leadership would curse him for this, but it was the right way to deal with the situation. And that concludes chapter 72 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to, read this story, it is up on the Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hello, Angel, Cool Imp, Study with Husha, and Reject Omen. How are you doing today? Yes. Oh, hey, Monster. Whoa, what are you doing up this early, Monster? Or are you in Europe and it's later for you? Because you're a couple of hours. You should be, if you're still in Central Time, you're a couple of hours behind me. So it's pretty damn early. But yes, welcome everyone. How are you doing? You're gonna leave a lurk because the stream was long. All right. Wait, did you raid? Did I miss a raid message? Yes, I did. Oh, okay. Let's address that. You're up early in Denver, just very excited about all the stuff's going on. Yeah, Krampus is going to be active this year. Well, every year. Krampus is a lucky fellow. But yes, welcome everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. Hey, Huntress, welcome to the stream. All right, so that is getting compiled. Yeah, lucky him. And do you have any idea how disappointing it is to find out that I don't qualify for a visit from him? Me not qualifying. Really? Who the hell thinks I'm a good boy? Well, I mean, I was told that, you know, one of the main qualification is not returning shopping carts. You know, and that's something I return by reflex. Hell, not only do I return shopping carts, But I will return extra shopping carts on top of the one I use when I come across them in the, you know, yeah. Well, it's not like I have access to the list of, you know, to find out if I am on, you know, the only way I know is if he visits, and he doesn't. Enjoy the lurk, decaf, and thank you for dropping by. All right, let's see if this will work today. Probably not, but let's check. I must be a super good boy. I don't try to be. I'm just not confident enough to be naughty in any way that matters. January 1st makes it 3rd. You're back after your long hiatus of life, Reject? Well, welcome back. I am glad you survived all of that. All right, yeah, I'm not surprised. So let's edit that. Let's change that to. All right, you guys aren't showing up. At least you're finally starting to show up. Started streaming gaming with your oldest. Don't suppose anyone knows how to get audio from both your mics on an Xbox. Xbox is not my field, unfortunately. Sorry. Have you looked on YouTube? I mean, these days, YouTube is the go to place to get that kind of information. Do I need anything to do with that? Posted videos there, so yeah, that can go here. All right, I am going to start another one. I can't I can't afford to delay too much. I've got a good number of them to go through. Alrighty, by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and I, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 73 of The Technician's Fight. Gorgoran disconnected from the ship's comm. His announcement about their time at the station given. Civilians and off-shift personnel would exit the ship via the main access, 3 levels above, while E is hunters and their cargo exited by the secondary access. The system was designed to allow exit and entry without one interfering with the other, but the Bane didn't see enough traffic in both directions at the same time to need them. So, the secondary access was relegated to situations where he needed to bring something onto the station without getting in the way of everyone else. He faced his hunters with their prisoners as well as the people they'd rescued who needed transportation. Behind them were the medics with the cryopods. Only one group wasn't there, their exits left for last once everyone had cleared out. The military will be present. The official reason for being here is to take the cryopods with Kelsarians in them. When he explained to the other Kelsarian prisoners he'd rescued on the station what he expected their receptions to be like if they traveled with him, then even those he knew to be merchant had arranged to travel with one of the crews whose ship had been docked. But I expect them to interfere with how we carry our duties. The leadership isn't happy with me, and they will attempt to make you suffer for it. Remember that you are hunters. You were chosen by our gods, so honor that choice through your conduct. We are hunters, they recited as one, causing the prisoners and passengers to startle. Startle is a much better word than wince in this case. Scan confirms species. That doesn't need to be capitalized. The representative are waiting for us. The prisoners who have requested citizenship and their passengers go to them. Towards them. Towards? I'm never quite sure if there should be an S or not. If the military gets in your way, do not start a conflict. They are pawns in someone else's conflict with me. I don't like having conflict twice. Anything. Do not start anything. They are pawns in someone else's conflict with me. Stand firm, protect your charges, and I will intervene. Yes, Alpha. He opened the access, then stepped out. The station's hatch opened slower, giving him time to see the leadership representative standing barely far enough to let the prisoners exit the ship. 4 packs standing behind her. Standing barely with 4 packs. I don't need standing twice. With 4 packs behind her. Behind them, and to the right, stood representatives of the other species, each accompanied by someone in adjudicator's robe. He saw no one among the military in those robes, but he couldn't take that to mean none of the packs had. It's not going to be an adjudicator. This is wrong. Had someone training, if not qualifications. The military didn't hold to the pack standards the way hunters did. Any pack could have experts not affiliated with combat, unlike the specialized pack hunters formed. One of them could have enough adjudicator training to step in if the Federation once decided to act without the military's permission, even if they didn't have that kind of authority on a Federation station. Remember to stay calm, Tom said in his ear. He was in the ship watching through sensors. Just got an identity on your counterpart from the leadership. Fleet Commander Terim Tromar del Ricamar. I believe I've reused that name before in the Redux. I'm changing that other name, not this one. First of her family to join the military, judging by the lack of relatives in her file. It is surprisingly light considering her rank. That tells me she's playing a personal game. That she was picked tells me she's a close ally of someone within the leadership. That scowl makes me think it's that admiral who so loves you. With the little on her, you be ready for attempts at getting you to start something. He stopped before her. You can address me as Alpha, Grogaransel El Havnir. How can I address you? He saw the dislike in the angle of her ear before she straightened them. I am, she said, tone clipped, Fleet Admiral Oshmitirar Oshterim Tromac del Ricamar, Captain. She looked behind him. Where are my prisoners? Don't react to the rank she addressed you as. They are waiting for your pack to retreat so there is space to exit my ship. You might not realize it, but a large number of Earther personnel weren't able to escape. As comfortable as they are in cramped space, by simple fact of how many there are, they'll need more space than what you're providing us. After looking like she'd refuse, she ordered her pack to step back, and he kept pace with them. They stopped only when his hunters exited the ship. She stepped to the side to watch them searching. The only way she'd know the scientist among them was if she could work out the pack escorting them out of those escorting the station prisoners. Right, I've got confirmation I've never established, so I can remove that. They were all wearing prisoner's gray. She was still searching when they stopped moving. I didn't know you had that many, she said. The number was in my report. She glared at him as if he should have contacted her directly to give her the information instead of expecting her to read his report. Which ones are they? She asked. I have a unit ready to take them to private cells for questioning. Play dumb. Which they are you referring to? Your prisoners are there, ready for your packs to take them to your ship. The scientists, she said, growling. Where are they? Those aren't yours, he said. Until their citizenship situation is resolved, they are the responsibility of those species representatives and adjudicators. Those belong to us. Only if their requests are refused. Until then, they are. You were ordered to keep them. I received no orders to that effect. You're lying. I listened to the recordings. The Admiral told you to make sure. Those weren't orders through official channels. I told the Admiral I do as he's asked once I received those orders. When the leadership tells me to do something, she snarled, I do it. Don't insult her. He swallowed his initial response. How you go about doing things is your business, he replied, tone clipped. I follow procedures. At least the tone is subjective, Tom said, because I can see she heard it as derision, same as me. How about the match? We took nothing from the station that is leadership property, he stated, and her ears folded in disbelief. You want me to believe that even after one of them was used on your Earther, you're content letting the leadership deal with that? If it wasn't the leadership, he replied, it would be the Federation, as they have the prior claim to a hunt concerning those devices. I don't believe you, he shrugged. I expect there's little you don't like that you believe. I wish you hadn't said that, Tom sighed as she glared. I'll make a full report, Captain. He kept himself from reacting to the use of his civilian rank. I'm sure the leadership will appreciate your dedication to your duties. Take charge. Take charge of the prisoners, she ordered, then grinned. All of them. The packs walked around the two of them, and he turned to watch the result. As they spread, two packs moved together away from the others, the scientists between one and rescued non-Calcarians with the others. The movement was noticed, and a pack of soldiers headed for them. A pack formed a wall between them and the scientists, and when the other pack kept moving, the soldiers interposed themselves, causing those hunters to also form a wall. The non-Calcarians there looked more amused at the display than worried, while the scientists were fearful. They couldn't be certain their request had been filed, as far as he knew. This was all a ballad, as far as they knew, this was all a ballad to stress them and get them to make a deal. He expected that if they had been caught by the military, that might be what this was. If they hadn't simply disregarded the request and interrogated them on the way here. Is there a problem, Fleet Commander? Who have you been talking to? Tom demanded. That's actually smooth, and I didn't have to prod you. And remember, you have an audience. It's probably time to bring them into play. Those are mine. He tilted an ear. I doubt they need you to fly them to their people when their representatives are standing over there. He motioned them over. What are you doing? This doesn't involve them. They're here to gather their citizens. I believe this especially involves them. He walked to the packs. I believe you were told to gather the prisoners, he told the military beta. Those are over there. These are not your prisoners, he stated. He looked at the fleet commander. Unless you want to explain to these adjudicator that you are denying their citizens the right to return home. Those, she motioned to the Earthers, aren't part of them. She pointed to the representative, who stopped. I guess no one taught her it was rude. Tom said, don't let her take control. Tell me, he said in Earther to the closest of the scientists, what citizenship do you claim? Risky. The scientist in charge of the group whispered something to the female. I am Kersatoron, he said with more confidence. Gregorian looked to the representative. Are you outright denying this male's claim to be one of your citizens? He asked the Kersatoron. The contract must be reviewed before any decision is made, they answered. You had plenty of time to read over the request, the fleet admiral snapped in badly accented Federalese. Yes! Tom exclaimed. So land-bound, she never bothered studying the other species. The hunt's not done. Whoa. Well, yes. This is Tom. He's not a hunter. The hunt's not done, Captain, but I think she'd just stank up her side of it for you. A contract isn't something to be finalized in absentia, the Kersatoran adjudicator said. There are questions to be asked, values to be assessed. We are welcoming, but we require those we take within our old worth. Wait. We require those we take with our to show to explain their worth. Word in a file, do not assess that. The Kersatoran next to them stepped forward. Welcome back, bound of Garan, they said, and those wishing to bind. They motioned, and the Kersatorans stepped around the hunters. The soldiers looked at their leader. That's going to be a different paragraph. You're welcome to stop them, Garan said. Then, when she didn't reply, he motioned for his hunters to escort the others, including the scientists, to the representatives. They remained a wall, forcing the soldiers out of their way. You're making a mistake, she snarls. Do not respond, Tom said, and Gregoran closed his muzzle. Getting his annoyance with her under control let him remember the prisoners weren't the only things that needed to be dealt with. Do you have medics to take the cryopods to with our people? He asked, then couldn't stop. Or are you planning on leaving them here for the Federation to take care of? Growl, Tom complained. You're making it easy for her. You can't simply say what you feel, not with this. Glaring at him, she tapped on her tablet. The medics are on their way. Can I bring all the pods out at once? Or do you plan on demanding to take charge of those not containing Kelsarians as well? Growl, what did I... No, never mind. After what she tried, it's warranted. Garen smiled, and having properly evaluated the situation, and her glare intensified. I have no interest in them. She motioned to the representative now speaking with the rescuees. The scientists were kept to the side, a Reosef talking with them and making notes. He instructed the medical cryopods be brought out. Those with non-Kelsarians went to the representative, while the Kelsarians pods waited for the military medics. When they arrived, it was in a pack of them, with their beta heading for him and the fleet commander. What can you tell me of the state of their mind? She asked. The reports we receive only included data on their biology. If it isn't in the report, it's because we don't have anything. Surely your medics conducted scans. Don't lose your temper on a beta, Tom said as Gagaran typed. She's not yours, so it's a waste of energy. His friend had to be trying to lighten the mood. He knew him better than to think he'd let someone not of his rank or under his command have it. The medic who joined them wasn't the doctor, as he'd wished. She'd made it clear she had better things to do than get stuck between people more interested in finding out who could fluff their fur the largest. How can I help you? The male said. What did a scan of their mind reveal? The medic asked. We didn't scan them. Why not? Scanning is the basic of figuring out what's wrong with someone. They're in cryo, his medic answered. Then you take them out. We've been warned that would kill them. By Earthers. We don't risk patients' health just because the warning comes from someone we don't like. The medic replied, offended. If that's part of what you plan on doing while they're with you, I question which of the gods you like to sleep with. I don't sleep with the gods, the military medic replied. That's what you bunch do. At least, medic, Gagaran said, this isn't the time for a debate about the value of taking a god to your bed. He looked at the military one. Is there anything else? You have mentalists, don't you? I do. He replied, I haven't been there for that attempt. And the psychologist, the strongest rated of those on my ship, tried. Unfortunately, she isn't familiar with any of the minds in the cryopods, so she had no way to establish if or how they had been altered by the machine used on them. Her only experience with an altered mind is Hunter Jeremy Bradshaw, who was tortured by one. But while in cryo, their minds are, as she described them, nothing more than dormant. So she can't sense for the changes she found in the hunter when she treated him. The military medic wasn't pleased, but returned to her pack. Is there anything else? He asked the fleet commander. There's plenty, she replied, but those aren't for me to deal with, she laughed. Like we didn't already know that, Tom said. Thank you, medic. You can return to the ship. He waited until the mail was out of sight. You can enjoy the rest of your off shift, Tom. Thank you for the assistance. Sorry I wasn't always on the scent. Are you sure? You still have a group to deal with. I don't expect to be involved with that exchange. All right, see you in Jared later tonight. He faced the hunters who had assembled once their duties had been performed. You have performed your duties admirably, he intoned, louder than needed for the benefit of the gathered crowd they'd acquired. He wanted them to see what made hunters different from soldiers. He didn't consider them simple, mindless tools to accomplish a goal. You have honored the gods in doing so. It is time to return home knowing they are proud of you. Yes, Alpha, live. For the next hunt may be upon you without notice, and it may be the one leading to leading you to the forest. We are hunters. We die so others live. As one pack, they turned and headed into the ship. Once they'd be out of sight, they'd turn into cubs, pushing each other into their hurry to race to the changing room so they could do whatever they'd planned. He waited until the crowd dispersed with the departure of the representative and their charges before bringing up a name and tapping it. This is Captain Gagran Sel El Ravnir, he said in Urther. The coast is clear. Once you are here, I'll have them brought. 4 Urther approached. They looked like anyone who worked on the Federation station. He'd tried to find an official Urther representative on the station. But as every one of them here were refugees, most of them weren't officially Urthers anymore. The closest he might have managed was Spreading Branch, but their ship had been at the station, so they'd taken it and left. Captain, the Urther in the lead said, offering his hand, I'm George Barbars. I want to thank you for bringing them to us. He shook it, careful to keep his claws sheathed. I'm glad you're willing to take them, even with the complication I mentioned. I don't believe they do well on a ship with only one other Urther. I've spoken with a few of the specialists and mentioned the investigation you told me about so they can get more details. I don't need that. I don't know if we'll be able to help them, but I promise you they'll be cared for while they are here. Will there be any problem accommodating their companion if they want to visit? We'll make it happen. But I thought you said that because of what those scientists did to them, they couldn't stand the people they were in a relationship with. There's not going to be before, because they would still consider them to be in a relationship. Believe me, that knowledge doesn't make being apart any easier on any of them. If they come calling, we will accommodate them and do our best to handle what happens. He tapped a name. You can bring them out. Then he distanced himself from the group. Jer, in his hunter armor, escorted the 8 Urthers who huddled together, looking around nervously to the others. Who? The waiting Urthers welcomed them. There was some conversation. There was conversations, some of which Jer took part in. Then they left and Jer joined him, standing a few steps away. You performed your duties well, he said, smiling. You make the gods proud. It's time to go home and live. Jer was pressed against him, and Gagran was momentarily unable to act. Then he wrapped his arm around his heart. Welcome home, he whispered. And that concludes chapter 73 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. You've looked, Google said something about party audio, but I think that's just for people playing on multiple consoles. Picked up writing again a few weeks ago. Very cool. Still working on the one you were working on before. More focused on getting the first draft done instead of trying to edit early chapter. Very cool. I hope that goes to your satisfaction. Oh, knowing this is not gonna do, let's go. That's 3, that becomes... What? Where the hell did you go? Log. You failed? Why? Why did you fail? Oh, let me guess. This is Patreon being annoying. This is in the future. Let's try... No, that's not what I want. Let's try this. Just in case it's becoming difficult. Let's try this again. If it doesn't work, I'll just move on and try later. There might be a maintenance. Going well enough. Don't have anyone to read it anymore, so you're just writing for you. Learning to be happy with that. Well, enjoy, write it so you enjoy the storytelling. Okay, so we're going to say that it's currently in... okay, so I'm going to move on to the next one. Alrighty, I am going to start another read and correct by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and I correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 74 of The Technician's Fight. You don't have to be here, Graal said. I know, I want to. Jeremy placed a hand on the casket. I want to see her as close to Kelser as I can. It's the least I owe her for how welcome she made me feel. Her pack wasn't there, but he didn't hold it against them. None of the dead's pack were here. To them, she'd already reached the forest. Her journey was over. To him, there was nothing beyond this, so he would see her as far as he could. The hunters escorting the bodies to the ship that would take them the rest of the way had simply been those on duty. Come back here. The casket rested on a crate which rested on a hover sled. The crate contained the banners that had been displayed for each of them, to be erected again while they traveled on the ship. And Jeremy's banner was in the crate under Grisnir's casket. Gradal told them over and over that it didn't matter if he didn't have a banner. He'd even pointed out that he hadn't seemed to care about them before. And he hadn't, or hadn't thought he did. But the closer they got to the station, to the idea he wouldn't be able to stand next to her, to more wait, I hadn't thought he did, but the closer they got to the station, to the idea he wouldn't be able to stand next to her, the more he'd felt the need to have something of his go along with her. And a banner had been the only thing that made sense. But what would he put on it? Who was he? How did he come up with something that included the engineer he'd been, the technician he was, the hunter, the mate, everything? His drafting table was overflowing with rejected designs, but he wasn't willing to give up. More than once, a groggy growl had woken him there and pulled him to bed. Then, only a few days before they arrived, Jeremy had woken with a start and rushed to it, the image clear in his mind. So simple. Who he wasn't complicated at all. Why had he tried so hard when all he needed was a clawed glove and a variety of tools in it? All of him was in that. It was black lines on a tan color. Then he'd gone to the tailor to have it made. Grisnir deserved something made by hand, not printed. He'd arrived with the work pants that he'd joined the crew in. That was the material he wanted the banner made of. Not some fancy fabric, nothing expensive. He was simple, a worker, and the material was part of representing that. He'd been nervous showing it to his heart, but Graal had taken one look at it and held him tightly and with pride. They attracted a crowd. Jeremy figured every species had something like this, which happened rarely enough that others wanted to watch it when it did. It felt slightly voyeuristic to him, but the others didn't seem to mind, didn't seem to notice, or had an easier time setting that aspect aside while they performed their duty. He knew they reached the other hunter ship even without seeing through the station's wall. The hunters stood on each side of the cargo hatch, facing them. 4 packs on each side with the Alpha stood by the cargo hatch. I don't need to repeat on each side. 4 pack on each side with the Alpha before them. When they stopped, his Alpha was 2 meters from them. I present you with what is left of my hunters, he intoned, so you can carry them back to their loved ones, so they can know that they have gone ahead and honored them by sending their bodies back to Teruxamion. I accept that honor, she replied. I will ensure their safety during the final journey home. I will set them in a place of honor so that all can see and give thanks for their sacrifice. We will tell their stories. We will remember their actions. Know that you leave them in safe hands, that we will protect them. We are hunters, hunters yelled. We die, so others lived. Galgaran nodded, but whispered, not today. He stepped aside, and his hunters did too. The other packs surrounded the casket, then, hands on them, moved them onto the ship. They remained standing, watching them vanish, then remained there until the hatch closed. Growl faced them. You have honored those who have reached the forest. Remember that when you miss them. Remember that they will wait for you for as long as required. Never be in a hurry to rejoin them. Look to your friends, lovers, and mates, and when you feel when you need the reminder, you are still here. You still live. For your time to be in the forest with the pack, with the pack mates who have gone before, will come. It will be here sooner than it should. So until then, live. We are hunters, they chanted. We die so others lived. Not today, Growl said. They broke apart and Jeremy joined him, putting an arm around and leaning into him. His heart was silent as the others walked off. Their deaths aren't on you, Jeremy said. Growl chuckled. Someone's been talking to a psychologist. Yes, but not about you. Leia had to remind me a few times what happened when Dr. Omar Sawan arranged to capture me isn't my fault, and I can't shake the feeling you're holding yourself responsible for their deaths. I did some reading. Not today isn't part of the creed. I was their alpha, and you are a good alpha. You did everything you could so we'd have the advantage, but you aren't your gods. If they meddled, if they meddled the way you keep telling me they do, you can't then say what happened is your fault. It happens because they allowed it. You can't have it both ways, Growl. You can't tell me your gods involved themselves in your lives and then tell me they didn't play a part in what happened during the hunt. And if they played a part, their deaths aren't on them. Are on them, not you. He rested his hand against his heart's shoulder. It was their time. I don't have to like it. Growl replied, sounding offended. Hey, you don't like it. You happen to have some gods you can scream at. Growl laughed. Screaming at them only serves to make them notice you, and then meddle some more. He nuzzled the top of Jeremy's head. You hungry? Yes, I could eat. Third place, short glasses with a rose liquid in them on the table, and each of his pack mates took one. So Jeremy took one as well. It's never good news when your beta's looking to get us drunk, Skyram said. Had one do that, Yamilk replied. Gaze the distance that they are pack formed. Said it would make it easier for us to bond together. Yeterin snorted. Oh, I know that trick. Next thing you remember, you're waking up in bed, with all of them and sore all over. Yamil grinned. Oh, I remember every minute of it. I have self-restraint. He looked at Thur. But you don't need to get us drunk to get us in your bed, Beta. And if you get drunk on this much, I'll make sure you end up in your own bed. Although I make no promises as to who's going to join you in it. So why the drinks? Trolls asked. Why the drinks here? The bar was on the station, so all kind of species were seated. Thur had ordered them to meet him here. The drinks are because you might need something to make what I'm about to tell you go down easier. Why here is because you might want more, and I figure us drunk isn't going to be as noticeable here as on the ship. They exchanged looks. Are you... Netter swallowed. Breaking the pack? Not exactly. Thur looked like he had trouble keeping his ears straight. I've been accepted into beta special ops training. Arim drank his glass in one go, made a face, and stood. I'm going to need more before this goes any further. Jeremy sipped his. Hadn't expected to be the only one to know about that. He hadn't expected to be the only one to know about that at this point. This anymore. I don't quite like it, but I'm going to leave it for second draft. He hadn't been the only one to You hadn't expected to be the only one to know about this anymore. It's not your fault, Thur said, and Jeremy looked up from the table. Yamilk and Yatirin were looking at him. It's sort of, no, Jer, it was my decision. Because I know. Can I ask what happened? Troz asked, without making it sound like I'm assigning blame in the process. It just seems like we all missed a ballad or two at this point. Jeremy downed his glass. It was worth in one shot, but not that bad. I'll never be an ordinary hunter. That's not news. You're an earther. And the hunt has brought to light some complications regarding that which forced me to make a decision, Thur said. Urim returned and placed enough short glasses for each of them. I either leave the pack, Jimmy said, or he becomes Special Ops Beta. Hence, my fault. None of us wants you to leave the pack, Netril said, but what can you have done that requires that? I broke rank. That's it? No, Thur said. That's the symptom. Jared doesn't think like us, and how he thinks is disruptive to a pack of the line. Being willing to accept punishment for breaking rank each time doesn't change the fact that over time it will cause the hunters in that pack to have difficulty working out whose rank applies. Oh, man. You saw it happen when we worked with Special Ops, the Special Ops pack. Eventually, even you were speaking across pack without clearing it with me. Because he's Earther, Jared thinks more like a hunter from a Special Ops pack than one of the line. And you'd rather become Special Ops Beta than let him go, Skaram said. Thur nodded. I can't be Special Ops, she said. I'm a hunter of the line. I don't have other aspirations, and the idea of not respecting a rank doesn't sit well with me. Without that, I figure I wouldn't be a good fit. I'm told that can be learned, Thur said, but I understand. I'm not going to force any of you to remain. What does it mean to be part of a Special Ops pack? Yatirin asked. I've worked with a few, but never stopped to think about it. Special Ops do the things hunters of the line don't, Thur said. I've seen that. What I'm asking is, what does it mean for them? It means they need to learn to think differently. Mostly, I was just explaining the generalities, so I can't give you details yet. But I can use Jer as an example. When he sees a problem, he doesn't think, I have to let my beta know so he can inform someone who will resolve the issue. He asks himself, do I have the skills to fix this? If the answer is yes, he fixes it. When he sees a situation, he doesn't think, checks with my beta for how to go about handling it. He asks, can I see a safe way to deal with it? That's how you think? Yamilk asked. What if you get yourself hurt and we then have to rescue you? We don't know. We won't know if you haven't told the beta. If I think I'll get hurt, I'm not going to do it. This isn't about taking risks. It's about running the evaluation of the situation and acting on my conclusion. I'm experienced enough. I trust my judgment, and so did my superiors on Einstein. When I pulled the reactor core out of my reactor because, wait, Scanner interrupted. That actually happened? You grab an active reactor core? Yes, I did. I thought it was just a story. She looked at Thur. Isn't that like dangerous? I wouldn't do it unless the engineer ordered me, and I'd get protective gloves. We have equipment for that. I wasn't in a position to get that. It was act now or the reactor blows up, taking a quarter of the station with it. What did your superior say? She asked me which of the scientists was responsible and to take a few days off. That's it? You didn't go through her and she didn't do anything about it? We don't do rank the way you do. I'm going to have to make it clearer who speaks in that. That's way too confusing. But again, second draft. We don't do rank the way you do. She did sit me down when I was healed and arrested and demanded to go through my safety protocols so she could evaluate if I was the one who hadn't installed proper one. If I was the one ultimately at fault. But I had done everything I needed to ensure the reactor was safe. Yeah, yeah, I'll accept that one. If I was ultimately at fault. But I had done everything I needed to ensure the reactor was safe. It's the scientist who hadn't properly cleaned up their experiment, and that interacted with the next group, and, well, I had radiation burns all the way to here and needed half a day with my arm in a heal tank before I could feel it again. But the station didn't blow up. Can't you learn to work within the rank? Troz asked. I mean, you're smart, and I know you've read a lot about what rank means. And if I could, I'm pretty sure I would have at this point. But the idea someone might get hurt or that a target system might get compromised during a hunt because I didn't act doesn't sit well with me. But that isn't your responsibility. It's the betas. That doesn't work for me. She looked at the loss as she looked at Thur. If I stay, I'm going to think like that? I'm going to have to think like that? No, but you will be taught to act with a higher level, with higher autonomy than a hunter of the line, and that will lead to the kind of behavior we've noticed from the special ops pack. Special ops pack we've hunted with. It's why I'm not asking any of you to stay. I won't ask that you force yourself into a type of mindset you aren't comfortable in. Skaram said she's a hunter of the line and nothing else. If that's who you are, that is fine. Except we can't be in this pack anymore, Yatirin said. That doesn't mean we aren't going to be able to spend time together, Jeremy said. Then looked at Thur. Right? Other than being on different shifts, nothing about being special ops prevents them from socializing with anyone they want. Or who can stand them, Scaram said. Someone has to be at least a little in love with just Billy M to make it in those packs, she grinned at Jeremy, which is why you'll fit in nicely. Aram looked at the glass he was holding, still full. Even if he'd claimed to need more, what does being part of that pack means exactly? Each of them seemed to have a job on top of being a hunter. Thur nodded. There are 5 specialized positions and 3 combat specialists. I'm one of those. Thur said. What? Combat? That's me. You're just looking for a way to collect more guns, Yamilk said. Special ops packs need a special ops pack. Blah. A special ops pack needs, Thur continued, a builder, an interrogation specialist, a scanner specialist, a hacker, and a demolition expert. We know who your builder is, Yterin said, but I can't be part of that. I don't know if I'll pass whatever they do to see if we can be one of them, Herm said, but I'm willing to try for the scanner. I'm already working with one to get doors open, so it's not going to be that different, right? How are you going to find those you need if one of us doesn't take the position? Netril asked. Jirani could be our hacker, Jeremy offered. She's in investigation, and I'd rather find someone more suited for special ops. The quartermaster is bound to know someone like that. Among the hunters? Jeremy asked, and the others snickered. There is nowhere that male won't fuck his way into, Thur said. He's worth it, Yamilk said. I don't doubt it, but I'd still prefer he bring you to his apartment than have you fuck him in the middle of the shower in sight of everyone. The male's ears folded back, and he sank in his seat. But there is also the disbanded Special Ops pack. I'm told it's acceptable to offer a position to them, but not be surprised if they refuse since it's so recent. He took a glass. I don't need answers right now, but I will need them before the ship leaves the station. He downed the drink. So for now, how about we enjoy each other's company? Jimmy took one. We might need more privacy before we're done. left out the door. There said 6 doors. I reserved the room for us for 4 full shifts. If this is going to be our last day as a pack, Scam said, taking a glass, let's make it a memorable one. And that concludes chapter 74 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. The links are in the notes. And with that, I'll wish you a good day. Wow, where the hell did my mind go on this one? Hey, Tattoo Lover, welcome to the stream. Can't join Stream Raider anymore. Did they delete the Stream Raider website? Only yes, because you don't see physical website. The physical only website on Google. As Hunter said, the Stream Raider is gone. They shut it down last March, I believe. Riftopia is currently looking to be the spiritual successor that will come online first. Riftopia and Algos are the 2 successors. And it's currently looking like Riftopia will be the one to come active first. There was a playtest. I don't remember when, a few months ago at this point, and it was fun. And we're all eagerly, I think, waiting for the next playtest and for when the game will go live fully. Yeah, I feel you, Tattoo Lover. When I heard the announcement, it was kind of harsh. So I am glad that people decided to build a successor, like very very quickly. Like almost as soon as the announcement came out, people went, "Okay, we're not leaving things as is. We will make our own game of it, our own version of the game," and all right. Let's see if this will post. And yeah, like we're just waiting. They have a Discord. Yeah, you're not gonna see. I do not know if can I. Can I do invite to server? If you want to drop by, that should take you there. There was a dev stream. I mean, the link should still be in one of the chat of the groups. But there's been a few dev streams at this point after the playtest. All right, so this failed again. Therefore, I'm not gonna worry too much about it. Videos are in the channel called Dev Stream. Cool. Very cool. Alrighty, I am going to do another read and correct, confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 75 of The Technician's Fight. Captain, Com said, looking over her shoulder at... I don't need to at him. Looking over her shoulder. Their signal just came on. Thank you. He nodded to the bridge beta and headed to his office. He tapped the desk and the frequency as he sat, and the pair of hosts were already visible, both male and the male and female, looking severe. Okay, I'm going to add a detail here that my co-scriptor kind of pointed out. Well, he asked, making me realize, yeah, I'd forgotten a detail. He surged the person. Well, okay. Okay. Just basically, he kind of asked, wouldn't they have music playing, instead of pure silence? And I went, yeah, they kind of would. So, and this is were, not where. All right. He searched the projection while he didn't know what they were waiting for. Were they simply listening to the quiet music that played? Maybe they knew how many people watched and waited for a threshold. There was a back and forth in the signal. They were the same people. They were the same people. If you had to judge their appearance, you'd guess they looked tired. But without the ears and how they drooped, you couldn't be certain. No amount of watching Earther movies would implies future, had implies the past. Had taught, and yes, this becomes taught, him all the Earther nuances. Welcome back, the male said. Harry, the announcer. Gregran recalled, I'm Harry. And I'm Alice. She paused. And Spreading Branch is back. We've talked it over among ourselves, the male said, and have decided not to give the details of what happened to us. Not so much to protect anyone, but because, he swallowed, it isn't something most of us wish to talk about. But the female took up. You deserve the broad strokes. So, here is what happened. Spreading Branch was attacked and captured by a group of, as of this time, unaffiliated humans determined to cure the Federation of the illness they considered the love for someone of the same gender. We were rescued by a representative of the Kelsians authority and have been working towards this broadcast since. The male steeled himself. As you all know, the human government espouses a similar position that healthy humans are incapable of being attracted to someone of the same gender, and this might give the impression. Oh, I see. Okay. This would be a comma then. And this might give the impression they funded this group. But we at Spreading Branch want to discourage you from voicing accusations. Don't need to add them. As stated, there is, at this time, no evidence they were affiliated with the government. The Federation and Calcarian's authorities are investigating, and we have no doubt that when evidence surfaces, Spreading Branch will be informed. And with that out of the way, the female said, smiling, we have a lot to catch up on. A lot has happened on Earth, and we spent the last weeks compiling everything. We will have a special broadcast going over everything. Well, it's dialogue. I don't like the everything there, but it's dialogue. Going over everything. But for now, the high points we missed. The male took over. After broadcasting footage of a battle between the Viper's Bane and a human station within the unclaimed space between Calcarian and human space, which has since been demonstrated as a fabrication, the human government closed its border to all Federation species. Spreading Branch has also learned that the government has since petitioned another Federation species to be shepherded into the Federation. It'll be interesting to see how that works, the female said, with the borders to human space closed now with the borders to human space closed. Now, the big story on the business side of things, he shut the transmission down. Relieved they were well enough to broadcast again. He'd been concerned about the extended silence after they flew away, but gathering stories made sense. Bringing news from Earth to the Earthers living within the Federation was what they did. He hadn't known the Earthers were interested in joining the Federation still, but that would be information for the politicians and the leadership. Considering his standing with the leadership, he couldn't expect to get information. Okay. Yeah. He couldn't expect to be included in this. He was curious as to who the Earthers were asking to shepherd them and didn't want to wait for Spreading Branch to broadcast the information. He'd have to make use of his own network, or that of a friend. Check the time and connect it to Tom's message center. Tom, when you have the time, I'd appreciate it if you could reach out to your relatives in the back rooms and ask about what is happening with the Earthers' new shepherds. Spreading Branch revealed they still want to join the Federation, and I'm curious who'd be willing with the things they could be linked to. Thanks. And drop by after your shift. It's been a few days since you visited, and we both miss your company. He disconnected and returned to the bridge. Enter, he said, not looking up from the report. If he could get that contract, there would be good profit in it. The feelers he had around the Federation stations, plural, said there was demand for Earther media. Maybe I am so fucking pissed with you right now, the Beta snarled, storming to his desk. Beta, he warned, looking at him. It wasn't because, oh, I see. It wasn't because, don't fucking Beta me. Do you have any idea what these past 2 weeks have been like for me? How many times I've lost my entire pack because I followed rank? How much they are getting off on watching me flounder like I'm a cub thrown in the lake for the first time? I can't scream at them because they enjoy it too much. I can't scream at other betas because they wouldn't understand what I'm going through. So you, Alpha, are it. Deal with it. He leaned back in his seat, studying Beta Thurix Selminial in all his disheveled glory, and decided to be lenient. You chose this. You brought this on yourself. And you didn't have to approve it. And have you do whatever you want anyway? What did you think breaking rank to protect Jer would lead to, Thurix Selminial? Did you think making you Beta was the end of it? I was protecting him. You were breaking rank. I know why you did it. He studied him some more. I call you Thuric. He startled. Gurgan smiled. You are in love with my heart. We will become closer if we allow it. He hesitated. May I call you Gralgaron, Alpha? I'd be honored, but it's just Groggeron if we do. Turek nodded and sat. What do you mean I was always heading here? The Special Ops Beta have had their eyes on you since you pushed yourself into Jer's rescue on Einstein. They like your assertiveness. It's is the way they describe the reason for their interest. So, if I hadn't demanded to be trained as Special Ops? He shrugged. I don't know. As you're realizing, Special Ops stands outside the usual rank structure, but, he added, don't assume that means you can do whatever you want. Address me however you feel like. Okay, that's not. Address me however you feel like. I'm letting this little outburst pass because I realize your training's hard, but if you do it again, there will be consequences. Am I clear, Beta? Yes, Alpha. I wonder where all that assertiveness they claim to have been has fled to. In every scenario, I turn to you for instruction, and by the time I act on them, the death has happened. Deaths have happened. I managed once to stop myself halfway and acted in time to save 2 of my packs. Then, in the next one, I was back to looking to you for answers. How do the Earthers do it? Asked Jer. Thurek chuckled. I'm not military, he keeps replying. Don't ask me how they do it, I just do it. Grogran nodded. As has become clear, rank doesn't mean the same thing for them, so they'll act differently. Are you feeling better? Thurek snorted. No. He startled and stood. But I shouldn't be taking more of your time, Alpha. Stop! I'm not your Alpha at the moment. I'd rather you stay and we talk through this until you feel settled, and that will only happen as 2 friends speaking. That, he looked at the seat, is the strangest thing in all this, he said. You, thinking of me as a friend. I like the male you are. I like how you treat my mate, how you treat my heart. The times we spend out of rank, I've enjoyed your company and would enjoy having more of that. I would like that too. So, Thurek, talk to me. Talk to your friend about what you are going through. Grogran entered his apartment, planning on pulling Jared to bed, holding him, and sleeping until the gods woke him. Another meeting with the leadership, yet more screaming at him for not doing things their way. Instead, he stared at as Jer and Tom moved around the table, setting bowls of sauce around platters of meat. What's going on? We're preparing the feast, Jer replied. He looked at Tom. I might need a translation. Is this another thing? His friend looked at him. Dear you, what happened? He was before his friend, the hand through the fur. Here, let me help you out of this. He moved his hand up under the vest and pushed it back. Grogran gently took his hands. He was too tired for this. Tom, what is going on? His friend smiled. Danira Garash Tomak's feast. He frowned. That's... When was the last time he'd celebrated it? Today. Are you sure? Tom laughed. Well, at this point, even if it wasn't, I'd put it on for you. If you can't remember his feast, you need to relax. He pushed the vest off. So, you are going to let your best friend and your heart see to it you enjoy all the things Danny Rags brings to us. He slipped a hand in his pants. A hand in his pants. All the things, he promised, squeezing. I don't know if We'll do all the work. No, he doesn't let anyone work on this feast. We will pleasure you thoroughly, and all you are allowed to do is lie there and take it. Gagaran rested his forehead against his friend's. All right, you win. I'll enjoy myself. Tom pushed his pants down and guided him to the table, where Jer brought a recliner for him to lie on. He was too tired to ask where he'd gotten that. They undressed and sat on either side of him, one feeding sauce-covered meat, the other licking the dribbling that invariably happened as they moved it from the table over his whole body and to his mouth. He moaned. He enjoyed the food and moaned. He enjoyed the tongue and moaned. It did nothing for his exhaustion, but it kept him from falling asleep, and after the first orgasm, he thanked the Niragarash profoundly. And that concludes chapter 75 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you are looking to support me, if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right, let's try this again. Actually, why are you saying it's not working? I mean, not that I understand any of this. That you post unposted. Yeah, but why? Why aren't you posting it? It's showing up in drafts. Oh, cool! It posted. Yeah, and they must have been in maintenance. Actually, that's not what I want. This is about. Wait, it didn't post? I thought I'd seen it be successful. Yes. Ah, okay, it didn't update because I was looking at it. Okay. All right, good. I can do that. I can go here. Oh, no, wait. That's not what I want. Okay. So that's 73. It is here. Ah, forgot a detail. Right. That's done. I will be right back. Done. All right. And with that, the technician's fight has been caught up. Hmm. Done. To Harper. Really? Colby? Which? Okay. Cancel that. 23rd, Colby. Aha, I'm missing the 24th. That's what happened. Yeah. I'm one. So, so that's the one we're doing. Alrighty. And I will confirm the microphone is on. Turn off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing the August 24th chapter for the Sanders. The bus stopped before the administrative building, and Patrick let the crowd pull him along off it. A second bus was also disgorging torrents of students. Wow, Pamela exclaimed, smiling goofily. You think they're going to be able to see everyone? I hope so, because they're the ones who set the schedules for our counselor's visit. Counselor visit? Nah, counselor visit. She hopped in place, attracting look. Isn't this fun? We're in college. Yeah, fun wasn't the word he'd use, but then again, he wasn't pretending to be an airhead. This was going to be hard, but he was looking forward to it. He didn't want to screw up his one chance at higher education. Come on, we don't want to be late. As always, his sister attracted attention. As always, his sister attracted gazes without even trying. Even women looked at her in appreciation. That's definitely a different line. I'm going to put that here. The administration's entryway was packed, but as soon as they headed for the hall, with the counselors, the crowd lightened. It thickened again as they reached a series of offices with names on the of counselors on the doors. Chairs lined the wall, with many unoccupied, but a number of people stood around in small groups. That's mine, he said, nodding to the door with Samuel Hawthorne on it. She pouted. Aw, I don't have the same one. Pamela, he sighed. She beamed. Just means we get to meet more people. I didn't even bother. You be good, big bro. She gave him another goofy smile and sashayed away. Too many guys locked eyes on her, even a few women. This time it was hunger in their eyes, and she acted like she didn't notice. He dropped into a chair and pulled out his phone, bringing up Castle Crash, and immediately cursed the advertising for the catapult they had on sale. I am not giving you any money, he grumbled, swiping the thing off the screen, bringing, then brought up his current battle and assigned the units he had available. Ah, the joys of capitalism. A woman sat sitting next to him. He glanced as he launched the castle, then looked again. Amelia? He looked around. Patrick? She chuckled. You sound like it's impossible for us to run into each other again. 3,000 student makes the odd of kind of low. We both have Hawthorne as our counselor, especially with you going into archaeology. I have Snowgrass. She replied, and he searched the name on the door's other end of the corridor. And you decided to sit here. She laughed. Wow! Anyone ever said you have a suspicious nature? I happen to recognize someone here. I doubt there's anyone I know by there. Sorry. Where I'm from, that's a survival trait. She raised an eyebrow. I'm from from one of the bad parts of San Francisco. Ah, that explains the bags. He frowned. Under the eyes? Still jet lagged? No, maybe. I'm not used to getting a full night's sleep. Had to work a lot. He added as an explanation. I've been waking up at 3 and tossing, trying to get back to sleep. You'll get used to it. Patrick wasn't sure. He'd always gotten by on 4 or 5 hours of sleep with his nightly patrol, but all that extra time in bed trying to get back to sleep felt wasted. The door opened and a young woman exited, followed by an older man who looked at his phone. Sander? He called. Patrick Sander? That's me. He stood. Good luck with your counselor. Thanks. Same to you. Key card, the man said, and then tapped it on his phone and read, handing it back. All right, come on in and let's get you settled. Pamela daintily sat in the chair facing the door with the name Theodore Belgrave on it. She beamed at the guys and girls watching him. The one who sat on her right never took his eyes off her. What's your major? He asked, eyes on her breasts. She shrugged, making them move in that way that canceled half of man's brain cell. Oh, just computers. He smirked. Really? She nodded. They're so fun. She leaned in, smiling, and lowered her voice conspiratorially. Did you know you can use your phone as a mirror? She took hers out, tapped the icon, and giggled as she waved of herself. See? Yeah, he drawled. That's really clever. You know, I know things about computers too. If you want, I can. There you are, a woman said, stopping before Pamela. I thought we'd agreed to meet up at the entrance. She stared. This time the dumbfounded expression was genuine. I'm just glad I remembered you're your counselor. Who's your counselor? She sat on Pamela's left. Any idea when it'll be your turn? In the corner of her eyes, she watched the guy stand and walk off, annoyed. You okay? The woman asked, watching the man's back. Yes? Pamela looked from her to him and back, trying to understand what had happened. Good. Guys like him are creeps. Okay? She'd known that. Jasmine. She offered her hand. Jasmine Patterson. She looked at the hand, then forced her brain back into gear, giving the vapid smile as she took it. Pamela Sander. Then no S. I keep putting an S there. Do you have Mr. Belgrave as your counselor too? Jasmine laughed. No. I saw mine yesterday, but we knew there'd be a slew of guys looking to take advantage of women overwhelmed by all this. We? She tapped the Greek letters on the breast of her jacket. We, the women of Delta Sigma Theta. Pamela brightened her smile with a clear attempt at wanting to appear like she understood. Oh, I didn't know they had sorority heres. Jasmine chuckled. They don't, not officially, but a few of us ran into each other on our first day, and we decided it was our duty to look out for our sisters. Oh, she slumped. I'm not in your sorority. I'm not in any, really. I didn't know I should have looked for one. Jasmine took her hand. Hey, it's okay. You don't have to be one of our sisters. Just know that whenever a guy is creeping on you, if you see one of us with this jacket, you can come to us for help. Actually, take out your phone. I'm going to send you my contact. She did so, and a name appeared, asking if she wanted to add the information to her contact list. She tapped yes. Okay, here's what I want you to do. If you're going to hook up with a guy, text or call me to let me know, whichever you're comfortable with, and tell me where you're going with him. 45 minutes later, I'm going to text you with a rescue message. If you need to be rescued, just reply with, I don't think it's going to last long. Okay? You do that, and I'll send someone to take you out of whoever is turned creep on you. Okay? What if I don't want to be rescued? She asked, unsure of how she felt. Jasmine patted her leg. Then tell me you're about to have the night of your life. Anything other than that message, and I'm going to let you have your fun. A lot of guys are fun and considerate and won't take advantage of you. I just want you to know that if you end up with one who isn't that by accident, you have a lifeline, okay? She nodded, looking at Jasmine's information. She was in Leaky, where Pamela would have been if she and Patrick hadn't decided to room together. Not decided, hadn't insisted they room together. She had no idea how she felt. Touched, confused, definitely touched. She'd never had anyone set themselves to rescue her. Her brother didn't count. He didn't understand that sometimes she didn't need rescuing. He saw every guy who eyed her as a threat to her. I don't need it to her. As a threat. Jasmine was a woman like her who understood what it was like to have men creeping on her. Sander, a man called Pamela Sander. She looked up in surprise and almost got up, forgetting her act. Yes? Are you Pamela Sander? He was older, with gray at the temple, and already seemed tired. She frowned. I am. Then please come in. Why? She looked at Jasmine as if she'd know the answer. Our new friend chuckled. It's your turn to see your counselor. She brightened. Oh! She stood, then hesitated. Where do I go? In here, young woman, the man said irritably. She smiled and stepped into the small room. Sit there, he instructed, pointing to one of the two chairs on this side of the desk. He sat on the other side and tapped the desk. He looked at a screen. Whoops. Instead of the projection she could see it was capable of. Pamela Sander. That's me, she beamed. He glared at her over his glasses. Your file says that. He stared at the screen, looked at her, at the screen again. This says you want to go into computer sciences? That's going to be a question. She nodded eagerly. I love computers. They're so fun. Young lady, the sciences aren't for fun. He looked at the screen again, typing. I doubt you even have the grades to... No, actually... No, he stared at her grades. He narrowed his eyes at her. Then brought up a chat window. Greg, I need you to double check I have the right file for Pamela Sander. It's number 2761? Yes, that's her. Bullshit. She's sitting in front of me. She's a blonde. Since when does hair color mean anything? No, I mean she's blonde and other airhead. There's no way that girl got those scores. According to the records, she did. And did anyone double check them for tampering? Who'd want to do that? How the fuck would I know? But I'm telling you, these can't be her scores. Give me a sec. The man looked at her, smiling condescendingly. It'll just be a minute. There's a problem with the connection? You know how computers are, I'm sure. She nodded. Oh, yes. I have one the one at home is always having trouble with the internets. It drives my brother crazy. He loves this game. She leaned forward and the man leaned back as if proximity would reduce his intelligence. He loves Castle Crash. It's his favorite. Just checked. She and her brother are here on a scholarship, so they've been vetted. The man glanced at the screen, looked at her suspiciously. Greg, I'm telling you, there's no way they're hers. Then the scholarship department screwed up and it's their problem. Just do your job, Theo, and let them deal with the fallout. The man straightened, but didn't bother masking his annoyance. So, you want to get into computer science? She nodded. I love computer. There, I know. He let a sigh of exasperation. All right. Let's see if I can put together a course that isn't going to send you screaming off on the first day. Patrick looked at his schedule, both relieved and concerned. He wasn't anywhere as busy as he'd expected, but it wasn't anywhere as busy as he'd expected. He'd been under the impression that in college it was wall-to-wall classes. Instead, he had nothing on Wednesday and Thursday morning. And on Wednesday, nothing at all on Wednesday, and nothing Thursday mornings. And the counselor said that was normal, that it would be up to him to decide what to do with that time. He bumped into someone, caught his arm, looking up from his phone. Shit, sorry, are you okay? I shouldn't be walking and reading. Fine, the guy said, tipping his cowboy hat at him. Good, again, sorry, I should be watching where I'm going. The guy nodded, and Patrick watched him walk away, tanned, muscular, and stocky, and hot. He put his phone away and looked around. He'd made it out of the counselor's office without noticing. He stepped to the wall and took out his phone. I'm done, he texted. Texted his sister, then had to figure out what to add. He wanted to have her tell him when she was done so he could join her, keep her safe from the creeps. But she'd hate that, and Richard would tell him if she got in over her head. I'm going to wander the campus. How about we meet for lunch? Let me know how your meeting went. He put it away. Where to? Orientation was in a few days, but he could get familiar with where his classes would be. The law enforcement complex was on the other end, with the science department to the east side, about halfway. You, Sanders? A gruff woman's voice asked. It's Sander, he said, turning to face her. No S. He stared and did his best not to comment, even mentally, on her appearance. She couldn't be more than 5'5" and seemed to have slightly too much skin. So, you Patrick Sander or not? She asked in a raspy voice that reminded him of the old woman who'd lived in the apartment facing theirs in the building before they moved out of the bricks. He remembered little of her, only that she pulled a canister of oxygen with tubes going into her nose everywhere she went, and when she spoke, she sounded like someone had taken a rasp to her throat. I am. Coach Kelly sent me to talk to you. The way she was dressed did nothing to improve her appearance. Pastel blue sweatpants, a shirt under a Harker jacket. Coach? Football coach. With a body like yours, you'd think you'd pay attention to the school sport. Oh, he hadn't looked because he didn't want to play. One part lack of interest, one part being parahuman. It was one thing keeping his strength under wraps in everyday life, but an institution where he'd have to tackle or shove guys off of him, that was asking for trouble he didn't need. He wants you to? No. Kid, do you have any idea what guys give to play football here? Richard started. Brand new school without a track record. I'm sure they had to beat them away with sticks. They give their bodies, lives, and sanity, Patrick replied. Not wanting to play had never been enough for the school's team. They looked at him and decided he had to play. A bit of reading with injury statistics had been enough to get the coach at his high school off his back until he retired, and then he'd had Richard as a source of information, so he'd laid into the new coach with all the ways school football teams abuse their players. What are you talking about? You need me to give you the statistics on the injuries college players get? How about the number of them who don't get accepted into the major leagues and end up with nothing because the game is the only thing they were allowed to focus on? How about the average pay one of them manages to get? Look, we're not like, I'm sure you're not. And I'm sure every other school claims the same thing. So I'm just going to say this once. I'm not interested in whatever dream you're peddling. By the redness on her face and the way her fist shook, he figured he'd piss her off properly. So he walked off. And that concludes the August 24th chapter for the Sanders. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe, hit a bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on my on Patreon and my website. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right, that gets compiled. All right, Harker, 28th. Makes that 4th. Right, yep, that is correct. Hey, Cool Imp, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? And I am doing well, thank you very much. What I want to do is good enough editing the name of dragons gives while actively avoiding dragonfall. Okay, now that's done. Why the hell did they invent Giving Tuesday with Christmas around the corner? Like, I'm sorry, but I don't. Commercialism, capitalism. It's done. That one is done. This is the one I'm at. Goal. The word popped into his head of its own accord. He didn't slow it. That's going to go there. That's going to go. The word popped into his head of his own accord. He didn't slow down, but he felt around for any indication the madness was approaching. Nothing. Without the prickling, he wasn't sure what he could rely on as a sign. The diagrams he was seeing didn't change into something new, something better, so he took that as a good sign. As a sign, he was still sane. Still, having a goal was a good start. He needed to disrupt the broadcaster. He had his tools, but he needed the material. He shouldered the emergency door open and took the stairs down 2 and 3 at a time. On the ground floor, he grabbed the first person he saw. I need electronics. Where do I find that? What? Over the young woman's shoulder, he saw diagrams floating at neck height in the crowd. They weren't heading in his direction, but that wouldn't last. Electronics? Where? Glamborough Hall, she said, still confused. That's where all the tech... He was off. He didn't know where that was, but he could ask someone once he wasn't within easy reach of her students. He shouldered his way through the crowd, and none of her students in it grabbed for him or even chased him. Could it be she hadn't told each and every one of them to capture him? More likely, they didn't know what he looked like. She had to tell them what to do. The broadcasters transmitted that. It wasn't telepathy. She didn't have a picture of him, so all they would have was a description. But he was running, so they couldn't get a good look at him. Outside, he stopped at the bottom of the stairs and caught his breath. Maybe he should take it a little easier. All he'd done for the last year was walk. He didn't have any of the stamina. He didn't have any of the stamina. He didn't have the stamina. The army had given him. Excuse me, he asked the man walking up the stairs. Where is Glamborough Hall? The man shrugged. Eric asked the next person, a human woman. She gave him directions, and he thanked her. There! He spun, and at the top of the stairs, a student was pointing at him while looking at her phone. She showed it to the students around her, and they nodded. So much for them not having a picture of him. Or not running, he took off. Glamborough Hall was 3 blocks down. The old library, the woman had said, renovated to hold the science department. She'd apologized for not being able to tell him more, but she was late for her class. When he wasn't busy being chased by mind control student, he'd look up the building's history. At least he was in better shape than his pursuers. He glanced over his shoulder, and only 2 of them were still after him, and one looked like he was about to give up. Far behind them, he could see more students, hand on knees, panting hard. He ran through the pedestrian and streets, careful not to grateful no one drove here. All the cars were in the lots at the entrance that had been downtown Strongbird years ago. Some of the people looked at him, but none of them showed alarm. They probably thought he was running late for something. He considered calling the police, but immediately dismissed the thought. What could he say? Sure, it was true she was mind controlling them, but could he prove it? Could he convince them to x-ray their neck? He'd have to find another builder who could see diagrams like he could, and how likely was that? The students would say whatever she wanted them to. And if he convinced them, if convincing them wasn't enough, they'd ask for his ID. He'd been lucky twice already, the first time because Dr. Reinhardt had known the officer, and then because Peake had made the officer think everything was fine. But now, he didn't have anyone to vouch for him. Isabel would, but he doubted she was on first-name basis with any officers who would show up. He didn't think the professor would call the police either. She had to worry that someone might believe Eric's story. His story. If anyone examined her student, what she'd done would be revealed. He glanced over his shoulder and cursed. The girl was still after him. Not gaining, but not giving up either. At least she was human. If she'd been a cheetah or a large cat, really, or any large cat, really, she'd have caught him already. Saw the building, wide, 3 stories, and a clock at the peak over the double-door entrance. 7 minutes to noon. That couldn't be right. It was way past that. Broken, then. He looked at the diagram, told him one of the gear was missing deep inside. They'd have to take the clock out just to figure out what needed to be repaired. He grabbed the gardener's rake that was leaning against the stairs. Railing. Inside, he pushed the doors closed and shoved the rake through both handles and was running again. Goal. The word popped up as soon as he opened his ability wide. His mind knew his plans were changing. He needed to incapacitate the students after him. There were too many of them. He couldn't fight them all. The diagram formed before him from components he was seeing all around. I don't need him again. The hunger to create something grand hovered at the back of his mind, but it wasn't insistent. Good. He didn't have time to deal with that on top of everything else. The item took shape before him, but it was too large. He needed something portable. With the change in criteria, it altered, became something palm-sized. Now he needed to find all the parts to make it. He heard the rake break. Ideally find some place where the students couldn't find him in return. He went up the stairs. He saw the row of he saw row after row of electronic parts before he reached the top of the stairs. A storeroom, perfect. The door had an electronic lock, but it was the same as on Professor Amiriel's door, so easy to get the right number for it. He entered and carefully closed the door behind him. He grabbed the items he needed, still panting. He couldn't slow down. At least the door didn't have a window, so the student couldn't see the light or the shadow he cast as he moved about. He took out his tools and began assembling his, what was he going to call it? It needed a name. Inventions always needed and had to be named. Disruptor was as good as, that was as good a name for it. That was a good name for it. The disruptor took shape. Its form meant it would fit comfortably in his hand. He could add a strap so it wouldn't have to worry about it falling out. The most impressive thing to him was how powerful and small the batteries had become in 60 years. By his calculation, the battery he put into the disruptor, barely the size of his thumb, had enough power to short most electronics. He'd have to recharge it after each use, so ultimately he couldn't use that to stop Amiriel, but it would let him deal with the students chasing him, so long as they came at him one at a time. Yeah, not the final solution. Once the disruptor was done, he plugged it in. He'd also built a charger for it, something better than what he'd seen. In 2 minutes, the disruptor, it was fully charged. He placed an ear to the door. The downside of not having a window was that he couldn't look out until he opened it. With a chuckle, he rested his head on it. He didn't need to open the door. For his purpose, he could actually see through it, or walls. He looked for the diagrams. He saw one on this floor, further down the hallway, 2 on the floor above, and 5 below, with more approaching the building. This wasn't going to get any easier the longer he waited. He exited the room. The one on this floor was the girl who'd kept up with him. She had her back to him, looking in one classroom after another as he continued down the hall. The door facing Eric didn't have a lock, and he could see through the large window in it that it was empty. He slammed his door shut, and the girl spun. She yelled for him to stop as he ran into the classroom, closed the door, and pressed himself against the wall. She pulled it open and ran in without looking around. He had his hand at the back of her neck before she could react. The contact caused the disruptor to discharge, and she went limp. He caught her, pulled her deeper into the room, and checked her pulse. Strong and steady. He breathed easier. That had been his one concern, that Amiriel's device could have been linked into their autonomous functions. He looked around. The diagrams were still moving on their floors. No one was running to this one. Her yell hadn't been heard. A crude map on the wall caught his attention. It was this building. It was of this building. The first floor had offices. This floor and the one below classrooms, thicker classrooms. He could definitely make use of that. The room on the ground floor were marked grade 1 and 2, while the one on this floor were marked grade 2 and 3. Hopefully 3 meant those were the best. This floor was still clear of Amiriel's student. The first grade 3 room was empty. The next one had student. He pulled the door open. "Who wants to build something?" he said as he entered, and added before anyone could answer, "Goal! Something to disrupt any radio or cellular broadcast for at least 2 hours. Needs to be portable." 16 boys and girls between 14 and 18 were looking at him, stunned. A girl of 16 with dark blonde hair down her shoulders stood. "I'll do it!" Her lab coat opened enough to reveal a black shirt underneath, but Eric couldn't make out the writing on it. He smiled at her excitement. Clarkson, sit down, the teacher ordered. You, he pointed at Eric, aren't in my class. Get out. You have 15 minutes, he told the girl before running out. Now, all he had to do was stay out of the way of mind-controlled students for that long. This should be fun. Offices above, classes on this floor, and in his excitement over realizing he'd found Thickers, he hadn't bothered checking what was on the ground floor. Looking down, he could see machinery through the floors. So workshops? He could go back and check the map and make sure, he thought, as through the... you know what, I'm leaving it. As three devices wearing student reached this floor, he hadn't recharged his disruptor, so would be in a fight if he let it happen. He headed for the opposite direction, for the emergency room. For the emergency exit. He stopped just before barreling through the door. There would be an alarm. Could he disable it quickly? He looked over his shoulder. The students were still on the other side, huddled together. He looked for any diagram around the door. That would be the sensor for the alarm. He found it in the door frame, a magnetic sensor, one he couldn't reach, but he could tell it needed a matching one to complete the circuit. That wasn't there. Eric smiled. Seemed like someone had disabled the alarm before. He ran down the stairs and saw a dozen devices floating around the ground floor. He cursed. One of him, 12 of them, and 2 minutes to charge the disruptor between use. He needed a better weapon. He stepped to the ground floor and considered his options. He needed a better weapon, but not one so good it would do permanent damage. The students were victims, not accomplices. Or he could avoid them. 15 minutes, a little less now than that now. It would still feel like an eternity trying to not to get caught. Maybe he could stay hidden in the stairwell. The stairwell door above him opened. Or not. He looked through the door. The students were still further down the corridor. The sensor on this door was also broken. He exited the stairwell and made for the closest door. Locked. He didn't have the time to find the combination. The next two doors were also locked. The third opened and he closed it behind them. He immediately looked around at the diagram as the diagram superimposed over the machinery. Metal presses, bandsaw, heavy cutters, a variety of other tools. This was a metal workshop. His gaze stopped moving on a rivet gun for an instant. No, that wouldn't do. It would cause too much damage. Maybe he had time to modify it. The diagram changed. Component being replaced with others available in the room. Could run it into an air cannon. He could turn it into an air cannon. All the tools needed were here. He checked his watch. A little over 13 minutes. He looked over his shoulder. They were coming his way. He didn't have the time. Copper pipes were stacked in a bin. He was run as a club. He didn't have much choice. But first, he had to recharge his disruptor. Maybe he could make a larger battery? The diagram for it began forming. Excuse me. Can I help you? Eric jumped back and hit his shoulder against a wall. Panting, he looked at the speaker. An elk seated behind a desk. He'd been so focused on the diagrams he hadn't noticed him. If he'd been one of the students, he would have been caught. No, he would have noticed the diagram of the device on their neck. You don't happen to be powered, are you? The elk shook his head. The powered classes are in the Huffington building. Hey, Zayden author, welcome to the stream. Brendo, author. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? On the other side of the campus, this building only teaches techers and mostly the theoretical aspects. Eric looked at the machinery and the teacher followed his gaze. I did say mostly, he chuckled. I teach metalworking to the weaker techers. I thought it took a techer to teach other techers. You're doing good, just about to start writing. Very cool. No, so long as we have the training. What about me? I am doing read and corrects this morning. And that's going well. Thank you very much. I did all the ones that I record, and this one I just do for the, well, I just do because it needs it, but it doesn't get recorded because it's exclusive to my Patreon. And I've yet to convince myself that there are loopholes in the rules I imposed on myself that could allow me to post some stuff elsewhere. So I don't record this. I did say mostly, he chuckled, I teach metalworking to the weaker techers. I thought it took a techer to teach other techers. No, so long as we have training, although with the more powerful ones it helps, since they think along the same lines. The problem is that at that strength, if the teacher goes mad, they will drag the entire class along with them. He paused. That isn't pretty, I can imagine. The door opened and Eric reacted without thinking. He grabbed the student, pulled her in, and put her in a chokehold. As she fought, he pushed the door closed with a foot. Fortunately, the device on her neck didn't do anything crazy, like make her strong or turn her into some super agile fighter. Her thrashing slowed and she became limp. He eased her to the floor and checked that her pulse was good. The elk hadn't moved from the desk. He hadn't even acted surprised by what happened. This happens often? Eric asked as he grabbed a roll of tape and used it to restrain her. The elk shrugged. It's Strongberg. Every few months, someone organizes some sort of game that spans the entire campus. As long as no one gets badly hurt or destroys something valuable, we've learned to go with it. You let students fight? He pulled the girl further in. Within reason. It's easier to do, especially since Techers and Powers always joined in at some point. Eric chuckled and shook his head. What? Something my dad kept saying popped in my head. Only in Tyrannus do people consider buildings blowing up and people fighting one another normal. Eric took the disruptor off his hand and plugged it in. To be fair, we have powered teachers watching over those games. I simply don't bother keeping track. This could work in his favor. If someone saw him subduing a student, he could claim it was part of a game. But that would only work so long as no one checked to confirm the game was on. He sighed. This would go so much better if someone in a position of authority knew what was going on. And that snapped. George Mendes, do you know how to reach him? George? The department head? George had said something about heading it, right? Yeah, him. He said he headed the science department. But this had to be related. I have his email. Anything quicker? Can you call him? Yes, but do it, please. It's important. He scanned the floor. 8 student, 11 minutes to go. Too much time. George? Matthias here. I have someone. Eric to the phone. Mr. Mendes, it's Eric Clarkson. I'm Isabel's friend. I remember you. Good. I found the person behind this. You did? I thought you were escorting Isabel to her office. I was going to, but came out. Look, it is important. It's Professor Amirel. She teaches something engineering related. Are you certain? As far as I know, she's never shown signs of techer abilities. She has over 200 students under control, so I'm sure maybe she isn't a techer, maybe she didn't make the device. As a teacher, she needs to evaluate them, right? Okay, that's a different phrase. She needs to evaluate them, right? Check projects like you do? Yes, I see what you mean. She may be using something a student created. Exactly. Do you guys have a procedure to deal with this? A team of heroes on the campus or something? The man on the other end chuckled. No, although if this was more visible, I'm certain some of the powered student would intervene. I'll call the police. They're equipped for this. How long until they get here? I don't know. I suppose it depends how busy with other problems they are. All right. Look, I have a plan of my own to stop her. If they can't get here fast enough, I might be able to manage it. I wanted you to know what was going on in case she gets to me. Gets to you? Yeah, she knows I'm after her. Our students. Uh, I already did kill him, but thank you for letting them know. Yeah, she knows what I'm after. Our students are looking for me. He looked around, but no other students were coming this way. She wants to turn me into one of them because I know about her. Professor Mendes didn't immediately reply. I hope you have a way to prevent that from happening. Maybe I should contact some of the power teachers to help so they can help you? Eric shook his head. Not a good idea. In fact, it's probably good luck. All around, no one powered came across her. It looks like she's only like she only focused on normal students. I don't want to think what she might do if she had some powered under her control. That is rather disconcerting. Yeah, I'm not working on. I'm working on not getting caught and for a way to render her powerless. That seems rather generalized as plan go. Things are in that state right now. One of the students headed this way. Look, I need to go, inform the police, and hopefully they get here before I need to do anything. I'll also advise campus security. Are they trained for this? Not specifically, no. We can't risk spooking her. I don't want to have to think about what she can do if she vanishes with that technology and uses it on people other than her students. You make a good point. Eric dropped the phone and went for his disruptor. The door opened. Professor, a fox said as he entered, have you seen? His gaze fell on the woman on the floor before he could comment. Eric had the disruptor against the back of his neck. The fox trashed, crumbling to the ground. He glanced at the clock. 9 minutes to go. More students were coming his way. 6 against 1. Not good odds. What's on the other side of that door? Eric nodded to the other door as he closed this one. He didn't lock it. He didn't want to give the students a reason to call reinforcement. That's the supply room. Go in there. Eric grabbed a 4-foot pipe out of the bin. This was going to turn physical. The elk didn't move. You're going to hurt them? As little as possible, but this isn't a game and I can't let them get me. You heard what I told Professor Mendes. I can't let her get me. How do you know I'm not part of whatever she's doing? The door opened and Eric ran at it. One of the students with 2 visible behind him. He glanced at the disruptor. He'd forgotten to plug it back in. He swung at the student's leg, but he jumped over it. The student sidestepped as he landed, and another student came in the doorway. Eric slammed the door in her face, she cursed foully. Eric had bought himself seconds, at best. The student who had made it in. I don't need the classroom. Raised his fist and moved like someone who knew how to fight. Eric had to move to prevent him, to keep him within his field of vision, which took him away from the door. It opened, and the girl had a hand over her bleeding nose. She was pissed. She stepped in, accompanied by another student. 3 more were visible in the hall. Eric was in trouble now. Mr. Martell, the elk said, still seated at the desk. What do you think you're doing? The first student responded without taking his eyes off Eric. Sorry, Teach. This guy's been causing trouble. We have to bring him in. I see. Eric couldn't believe how calm the man was at having 6 students ready to beat the crap out of him. You do remember that fighting isn't allowed in the classroom? Can't be helped. He's been a pain. Eric had to split his focus. The student talking was the only one with clear training, but the 5 others still took wild swings at him. I'll call security then. No! The student yelled, echoing Eric's thought. The student glanced over his shoulder. We're going to handle. Eric swung and hit the distracted student over the head. He jumped over the prone form and stood in front of the desk, turning to face the other students. To answer your question, if you'd been with them, you wouldn't have distracted him. The student was on the floor, groaning and holding his head. It was more damage than he wanted to inflict, but the only way he had to balance the fight was using gang tactics. Hit hard and put them down long term. What makes you think it was a distraction? You never reach for your phone. The gangs meant permanently, but he wasn't doing that to victims. A chair scraped the floor behind him, and Eric glanced over his shoulder. He found himself staring as the man stood. Ay. Well, December 31st becomes the 2nd. That, oh, all the read and corrects are done. Oh, come on. Did I do that here? Uh, shift 3. Hey, James, consider yourself hugged back, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week, for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope you had a good start to the week. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. How are you doing today? 'Not bad. I am glad to hear that. What have you been up to today? Oh, 13 words. Mount Thomason, World Amber article. Congratulations, James. Alrighty. I did that and forgot to do that. And it is time for me to take lunch. So I will be back in about an hour, and hopefully I will see you then. And welcome back, everyone. I hope you are all doing well. Let's see. 201 words, Thomason Range. World Amber article. Congratulations. 75 words for Mount Thomason. Congratulations, James. This afternoon, it is chapter 13. Sorry, chapter 12. There's been some shuffling of the daughter. Consider yourself hugged back, James. Hey, Huntress. Looks like I have 2 text box. Oh. That is interesting. And I know why, because I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button this morning when I went to lunch. Thank you for letting me know, Huntress. Consider yourself hogged back, James. I am awesome, and do you know how helpful I have been? Thank you, and I do my best to be helpful. Consider yourself hugged back, James. AI, but still funny. Yes, yes, it is. Oh, there are a lot of them. That one looks fake. Yes, it is. Lots of minor change. Not sure if your word count has changed on this novel. Oh, Once you're done, you can check it. And if you have your previous word count, you can compare it. You love spreadsheets, James? It's like swapping A where there is an I. Well, I mean, if it's on that level, it's not going to be that big of a deal. Also, how you keep count of your draft and major changes. Always go back and review. Holy cow, barely anyone writing today. Right. I should do that. Ow. Alrighty. And with my writing done, I am going to end the stream with a raid. To Starborn. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Mind Your Step, and in the afternoon, the Technicians Fight. If you can't wait that long to see me, you can find me tonight, 5 p.m. Eastern Time, on the Playing Tiger. I'll be playing Space Engineer 2. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I'll see